welcome to another build of a PR Racing buggy. This time we're working on the SB401 Type-R. This buggy came out 6, 8, 9 months ago now. In fact, I think it might have been out last winter. Well, maybe in the middle of last winter, at least in the racing season. I was already running the LW buggy, so I didn't really have time to build another buggy at the time. But this year we're going in with the latest greatest from PR Racing. From the earliest feedback, this buggy's been apparently pretty good, so I'm looking forward to racing it at the Washtenaw RC Speedway this winter and over by Ann Arbor, Michigan. So we're going to get to it. Just looking at it real quick, laying it out for everybody. The buggy comes with aluminum caster blocks right out of the box. These happen to be 11 degree. They have 5 and 8s, I think, as well. Motor mount, CNC to motor mount, so you can easily adjust your motor. And now you can take out the center diff if you're running the center diff. The car comes with the slipper, with the heavy-duty slipper shaft and lightweight slipper plates, as you can see right there. Of course, molded spur gear. The chassis is new from the lightweight version. This is really like a thinner chassis altogether. 70-75. Hard anodized or black anodized at least. Probably hard anodized based on previous PR cars. This one's a lot narrower, so it's similar to what Associated and everybody else has nowadays. A little more flex for sure. You have a spine system that's in the car that attaches to the chassis to stiffen it up in bending. Torsionally, you can mess either with the T-plates. You can either take or leave these in or take them out. And then there is also gearbox braces that bolt to the chassis. So those are the main big improvements over the LW car. There's also the ring and pinion is now helical instead of straight cut, so those should have way less noise, and from what we've heard that is the case. So you can see them there. They are machined out, lightened in the back. They come with the new gray gear cases, tougher material, new seal material, and the pinions you can see are also cut helical too. So it should be a quieter car in general. It should handle better. And you have now the suspension insert system as well. So now you have even more options in the kit for tow, anti-squat, all that good stuff. Rear hubs. I haven't even seen the rear hubs yet, to be honest. They're probably in a different bag that we haven't opened yet. I opened most of the bags just to start looking at it and see what we're going to be dealing with here. So I guess with that, if you guys are looking for a four-wheel drive buggy to get going with the LWs, we still have a few of those. Great car to get going with. Very tough. I think I broke one A-arm all winter, although our track's a little small. Otherwise, you can jump right in the Type-R and have the latest, greatest out there that's going to be able to compete with everything on the market currently. So with that, we'll get to it. All right, bag A. So we're going to put on the side plates here. Going to go on just like that with some 3x8 flatheads. There's going to be 8 of those for the side piece. It would appear. Just trying to make sure we're oriented right. Yeah, everything's going to pop in that way. And we need 8mm, 6 of those. Looks like we got those right there. There's 6. Flip it over and get everything lined up. I usually like trying to put the center one in first. Get it sort of lined up there. Looks like it's kind of keyed in, so still want a little bit loose so you can get the other ones in. And you can snug them up. Okay, we're gonna pretty much trucking on this, guys, so bear with us. Do our best along the way here to show you everything, all the new stuff. I guess right out of the box, there's three or four setup sheets in there from different people for different track conditions. Couple for AstroTurf, couple for one for Cork, I think, one from Adam Drake on hard pack clay. So at least that help you get in the right direction right out of the box. Otherwise, if you have know some people that run other cars, you might want to try looking at some of their setups first and trying to do some comparisons to see what might work for you. And one more there. That's usually what I do anyway, especially with stuff that we were some of the, as far as locally, we were one of the first places to have the PR stuff, so we kind of had to come up with our own setups and things, so I know how hard it can be. And of course, looks like we put the long ones in the wrong holes. So looks like these are short ones. The long ones go for the center spine. We will swap these out with the 6 little guys. Again, going too fast. That's what happens. And then we'll take the rear out. All these guys are little 3x6s, so. That's why we didn't have enough of them. Same thing over here. It's not going to hurt anything, so that's good. Just make sure you get them started properly. Ooh. And hang on to it. They've even done a little machining up here on the front, so you're not hitting the ground with the front of the chassis like the LW car, or even any other mainly current generation cars, maybe previous generation too. So there's that. We probably got a couple more we can put in, actually. There's looks like one over here. Yeah, this guy. Alright. And then the center equipment uses the 3x6s. Yep. So we got to get our spine plates down. This guy goes in the back, and he uses the long screws. So You just got to be careful on which one you're using here. Looks like which holes anyway. And okay. So that one and that one. You just want to make sure you get them started right. So otherwise, if you have them in the wrong holes, they're going to push all your stuff backwards. That's not good either. So just get it lined up, get it started, and everything else should pop right in. So 3x8s. This is the backbone of your car, so just take a little extra time. There's a couple there. And put the center two in, looks like right now. Oop. Okay, so that bolts that guy down. And we come in with these. Little snap in there. Those are going to use some 3x8 button heads. Kind of picking out and guessing here. Let's measure them up. Although, you also got to be careful. Even though these are newer kits, there's still some issues with the full size screw illustrations in the manual. In this case, the 3x8s show shorter than what they are. Looks like they're showing a 3x6, and I'm pretty sure these are 3x8s. So keep that in mind. At this point, I don't see anything shorter. That's the reasoning. Okay, there's those two down. Now we're going to end up with three, and they're all three the same, I believe. Although you do have to watch apparently which way you put this in. I only see that now after I've gotten two of these in. They do cup out counter bore the front spine, and then now we got to figure out how we're going to get it out of here. So we can try and work it out from the bottom. There we go. And it's not really counterbored. So the short one is, and that one's for the front. And looks like there's some foam underneath the back. Yep, looks like you put foam under the back of the rear spline. So just pay attention to which way your chassis is going and looking at the manual. Luckily we only got two more screws and it's back out. There's a foam set down here. And one of them's for the side, and then the other one's for the bottom. There's thin ones too, so I believe these are the 1mm. It says 1 or 3. but no reasoning on why to use one or the other. All right, well, we're going to use 1mm because we have no reason not to. So the only thing I can think of is it would add more flex having a thicker piece of foam here. But again, I don't have any other information. So we're just going to lay it on here. And then obviously we got to pop some holes. Now I can't see where my holes are, but we'll pop some holes. See if we can dig them out. And I'm not sure which one we're using back here, so looks like the front one again. When in doubt, poke it through from the other side. Show you where it's at. Okay. There should be 3, so there's another one right there. Okay. That'll be something we try when we get to the track. 1 week. We should be able to start this by hand slightly. Maybe not. As long as it's lined up. And again, just be sure to be in the right hole. They have different holes for mounting the spine to the chassis than they do for the carbon piece to the top of the spine. If you mount it in the wrong hole, then your spine basically gets moved backwards. Okay, now we might be able to start it in the right hole. Make sure there's the hole we need. There's 3 for the bottom. Okay. Feel better about that. Eight millimeter for the top. We'll double check. 3x8s all the way down. Our other button heads right there. bit of snug just to be sure we're tight there. Okay, the front one. And the front one doesn't have any foam under it, so that will make it easier. Preload our driver. Line up our holes wherever they may be. There we go. Pretty much get the center one started again. And then you swing the rear into place. Front. Still got some movement in it, so that's good. Still got 2 more screws to put into the T-brace, but I believe that's going to tie in with our gearbox brace as well. So here we got to make sure that the countersunk part goes toward the back and up, and then those are going to be 3x8s as well. There they are. I've only opened bag A. I actually have bag B open, but the only bag we've sprawled out on the table is bag A. For hardware, anyway. Make sure we got all of our hardware in for this one. There is another battery piece, the 1 or 3 millimeter for the battery for this side of the battery box. We can put that in later. I'm not too worried about that now. I'll wait until we get around to getting that stuff together. Let's go ahead and we can put the slipper shaft together. We got all the parts for that out. So that's this guy. There is a particular order this has to go together in, so just be careful. There's our plates. LFC slipper pads. Dump the rest of this out here. Okay. Everything rolls away again. Okay. So on the shaft we have one of the longer pins goes through the front piece right here. Then one of our slipper plates. Keys on. And then the fun part. The fun part is getting a slipper pad and everything set up. Again, with the gray material, they've now reduce the height of the tooth count into the gear, so now it doesn't affect the slipper pad like it used to. It's a good thing, and thank you, Ethan. So make sure we're keyed into the spur gear with the slipper pad, and our other longer pin comes in. Well, it comes in after the slipper pad. And again, you can replace this with a gear diff. It's totally compatible. work the pin in there. It might be a little tough to get in first. It's an alright thing. There. So you pop it in, it sits in the middle. Then your other plate comes in and keys onto that pin. And then let's see, we got spacer hub. It's going to be this guy. He comes in and rides on that part. Then we got a bearing, which is one of our big guys, I believe, here. That goes on. And also with the new kit, shielded bearings, steel shielded bearings. No more Teflon seals, so a little less drag right out of the box. You can hear them spinning. So 13.5 guys, take note. That's what we're looking for. Then we have the slipper spring that goes on and rides on the bearing hub. Then we have our set screw. So we have, set this down for a second. So we have our adjuster. Notice the flats. The LW that I built originally didn't have flats on it, so it made it a little more hard, a little more difficult, I should say, to adjust the diff. And then you still had to lock it on the flat of the shaft, which I believe we still are doing. So you're basically adjusting it in half turns. Just keep that in mind. The slipper is being adjusted in half turns. So this part is threaded, so we want to start threading that in. And it's got a locator boss on the inside, so it'll locate your spring. So it'll start threading on right away, which is nice too. And then they want adjusted so that there's 1.1 to 1.3 millimeter between this surface and the outdrive cup. So the outdrive cup is going to go onto a pin that goes through this hole we can just now see. So we got to keep on working this until it's there. You can hang on to the spur gear too while you adjust the nut, because you now have enough friction that it will hold it. So we'll check our pin, and then we have to rotate our nut just a little bit more to get on the flat so we can lock it. So there's our gap. You can just see between it. Oh, just see between there. So that looks like about 1 to 1.3 for now, till I can measure it. So that's good. Let's see, let's get this thing, we can back it off actually, just a touch to that other flat. So went too far, just a touch back. There we go. And this is a 1.5 millimeter set screw. It's probably something you should check every now and then, just in case. Maybe you just do a retorque after the first round or two. So then we get our pin in, and we put our cup on. Now the cup's going to have a flathead screw that goes down inside it and threads into the end of the shaft, into here. And you will need Loctite on this, believe me. I've done it. It's come off when I didn't put on Loctite. It took, I think, probably my second heat. It was off. So we're using blue. I wouldn't use anything more aggressive than blue. Blue's just enough to keep it from coming out. We don't want it to come out. It can come loose, but we don't want it to come out to where the pin flies out. And then we just want to torque it just like that. So there's our slipper. It's pretty much ready to roll. Yep, and then we got a bearing on this side, pops over the outdrive, so that is all set. They do give you a measurement from the end of the spring adjuster nut. I think my white bounces off a little bit. Right there to the end of the shaft, so that might help you set it a little better. It's 5.95 millimeters. And that should get you the 1.1 to 1.3 millimeters assembled. Let's go ahead and put some gearboxes together. Not going to build the diffs right away. We got plans to do a separate diff build, and then we'll work from there. So we have our center drives. These are going to go on the pinions. Again, my parts are going to roll away on me. And again, we built these 100 times. They're still the same way as PR has always done them, just like most everybody else. Got your barrel. You got your drive bone. Your barrel goes in. Align your hole in the barrel so that it's straight up and down. Bring in your cup. The cups are the same, front and rear, so you don't have to worry about that. Drop your cup in, push down on the bone so that it stays there, and then get your pin. Drop it in. You might have to just wiggle them a little bit to get everything to line up, maybe. There we go. And then you got these retainer clips that come in and hold that pin in there. So you bring it in from the back because it's tapered, and then it should, with a little help, climb the taper, and then keep working it around until you pop it all on. Then your pin's not going anywhere. Hopefully it doesn't push this ring out at all. I haven't had any trouble, but I've only been running 13.5, so I can't really speak to anything more than that motor-wise. And we'll do the same with the other one. Now one's 68 millimeters long and the other drive is 78, so just keep that in mind. It's going to be different front to rear. I believe 68's the front, 78's the rear. As this car does have the center diff, slipper, spur gear, motor mount is all moved ahead roughly 10 millimeters. So it's going to have a little more front weight in the car, although last year I didn't need more front weight. The LW was pretty tunable out of the box, so I think the only thing I did was put basically the Type-R rear buggy arms on it in the rear and the pill block system in the rear. And I was able to do pretty much anything I wanted with it. I think I still need to work on some shocks, but it is what it is. Let's see, pinion gears. There's those right there. So get just the pinion gears out for now. Our gearboxes. Gearboxes are same front and rear, same as the LW. Using again the steel metal shielded bearings. Popping these in. Pinions, we'll have to see if they're shimmed. At this point, doesn't look like it. The out drive is shimmed. So after you get the pinion in there, let's see. Make sure it's the same front and rear. Probably helps if I got some bearings in here. Again, 5 by, I think, 10s. Yeah, 5 by 10, so pretty standard size. You can mix and match from other brands if you want, but I can tell you PR's very reasonable price on their bearing sets. So let's see, I think the front definitely needs a shim, so we got a shim here and another shim here. So those go up here on this, take up a little bit of slack. And then the rear, it's calling for the same, a 0.2 thick for the rear and a 0.2 thick for the front. So we got them. And then we got to hunt down our 4mm set screws. Make sure they're 4mm. For the most part, I believe all that is gotten straightened out. And these do use a 2mm hex driver. And then you'll definitely want, again, another area that I found out in the first practice of the first race, because I didn't have time to go back and redo this. I'm going to do it now. Thread lock on these. Probably a generous amount as well. Now we got to find the flat for the set screw to sit on. There we are. Got a couple runs at it just to make sure the threads are coated pretty well. And then you want to check, you don't want it tight. Just a little bit. That's pretty good. Odds are this will loosen up a little bit anyway, just with the bearings and then just the loads back and forth through the pinion. So a little bit of snugness is okay. You can shim it a little differently as well. Not that it's going to matter a whole lot because you're basically shimming just the drive position of the drive bone. The pinion, if you have to shim that, the shim should go on the inside, but in most cases you're not going to have to shim that. You can put some white grease on your ring and pinion and see where the gears are falling, but odds are it's helical, so you're probably not going to see the real traditional pattern that you would on a normal automotive ring and pinion. But you might. It's awful small. Okay. So those are pretty much ready to mount in the car. We just got to make sure that we have the right length going on the right end of the car. So looks like the front, we're 68 on the front. So he's going to be up here. And then this guy's going to be in the back. So let's get shock towers around. Let's see, it's the front shock tower. We need some 3x10s. I do have a whole another bag of hardware over here just itching to get sprawled all over the place. But I think the 3x10s that we're going to need right now are in the current bag that we have open. And every new higher end kit from PR Racing has its own turnbuckle wrench. These are great. They work perfectly. They don't really seem to wear that much, although this one looks like it's not as nice as my original Type-R one, but that's okay. It's still metal. It works. Can't complain. So we're going to take our front diff housing here. And our shock tower is mounting on the back side of it. Or should I say on the front side of it. You would think I haven't built one of these before. with some 3x10s. And then they even want you to go ahead and put the ball studs in. So let's do that too. That way we don't have to worry about it. We want the 8mm long ball studs. There's a couple left here. And we're going to run this. I can guarantee you I'm going to be running in the upper hole, so I'm going to start in the upper hole. Just because that's where I ended up last year with the LW. There's always a possibility I can move it. Not a biggie. And if you want to, you can pop these into the ball studs now. Would probably be a good time. Or the ball cups, sorry. Do that if you like. We're going to just snap them on later. Probably regret doing that, but I always do. Regret it, that is. Okay, so we get our 3x10 button heads. And then our ball stud goes toward the back. Yep, because it is mounted on the back side. And then there's 4 up here. So get your holes lined up. You can drop in. It's long enough. You can drop in a screw to start it. You have to move a light. And don't tighten it up all the way. So we are going to have to try and leave room for the front cover. Again, this is the Type-R shock setup, so it's got the low mount shock tower, the shorter Type-R shocks, all the good stuff like that. The lower drag shock seal package, all that. Okay. Onto the rear. Again, 3x10s. Mounts the same way. The ball stud's going through from the front side, nut on the back. Or ball stud going through from the back side, nut on the front. And I'm not sure. They do have a different front to the shock towers. Basically, they're showing this little cutout here as being the front, so we'll stick with that. And I know I ran my ball studs on the low side last year, so again, I'm assuming the dirt's going to be the same. Hopefully that's a correct assumption. Again, our driver with our Tamai wrench, our little 4-way, whatever you want to call it. And then we got to make sure which way our ball studs are going. So ball studs are facing away from the gearbox. Again, 3x10s. At least get one. These are chamfered a little bit, so they do let you start it in the hole. Again, don't tighten all the way up. You might have to untighten it when you get the covers back on, but this will at least let all the holes help align it to where it needs to be. Probably do the tops. Snug those up. I do got the torque clutch set fairly low today, so just don't need issues there. Okay, so get that back in there. This guy's going to key in there. Oop. Keys in there. And then let's see, front cover can kind of go on. We will have to do some shimming of the diffs at some point. We get all that around, so we need some 3x10s for the front cover. There's some more 3x10s there. And the front cover is part of the hold down system for the front too, so let those pop in so we can get those in there. You don't have to tighten these up all the way because we're going to have to take them out. Just a starter. Okay, and then we got a couple for the back. Pops right in. Might as well load both screws this time. Okay. And then once we finish the diffs, we can obviously put that all together. We can now move on to bag B, and I'm dropping the sway bar. And there is a clear piece of shrink on the sway bar. Be sure not to lose that, like I just did. But at least I know it's clear. So now we can dump out our other bits here. We do have center equipment to mount with the little guys there still, so let's do that. Probably have to back up a little. I got rolling through there. Yep, it's going to be our steering posts and our motor mount. Motor mount similar to what we had before, if not the same, just with the top opened up. And it's not saying Loctite, but you definitely need to torque these and then double check them after first round or two, maybe even practice, just to be sure. You definitely don't want to get these started crossed up, because that's just bad news in general. So there, we'll torque those up. Okay, so there's our motor mount, and then our the other guy here. Then you want to make sure that the accent machining is facing forward. That way your bearings don't walk out. Again, just got to find one hole on the bottom. I'm trying to do it one-handed here. And then probably have to loosen it up to get the other one started. Okay. Good. We'll hand torque them again with our other wrench before we get ready to roll, just to be sure. Put our thread lock away for now. So there's that. And so then your slipper and everything basically drops right in here. You just don't want to get everything crossed up. It's going to probably have a little spring in it. So you may have to loosen up the mounts on the bottom anyway, or run this up and down a couple times for it to seat in there properly. I'm sitting here pushing on it. Yeah. There. So it should kind of go in like that, but the other way around. Just needs to get moved around a little bit and settled. But it should drop straight in. Same size bearings, front and rear. So there shouldn't be any issues there. We'll figure it out. Probably peel out some more aluminum before it's over with. Opening it up on its own. Not sure why it goes in one way and not the other. Don't think it's hitting anything. But either way. Front steering posts. Let's get those in. Again, these guys got the little 3x6s, I believe. Yeah. In this car, there's only one spot for the pivot adjustment. The LW, you had two. You can move the whole rack forward or back, whichever spot you had started with. And there's the screw through there. We just spin it on. No thread lock on this. We're going to just keep trekking the torque. At some point it will stay. Their bit's starting to stick again. We wear out a bit about every 3-4 months putting together cars and doing service work, so that's why we're having that problem. I think that gets us caught up. So we got shock towers, we got ball studs in. We got to build the diffs yet, so there's suspension mounts. So I'm not sure where we're going to start on the front. I think we might refer to Adam Drake's setup in the front of the book. Yep, there's a blank setup sheet in here as well. Looks like Drake had the front pretty well centered up. I think that's what we're going to do. Yeah. So let's see what the book says as far as the pills we need to run. They give you 2 sets of pills for front and back. So we want the centered ones, so there's 2 centered ones right here. So we'll use these. And there's our front rear and our front. It doesn't matter which way you rotate these, we just got to make sure which way the block's getting mounted. So we put on the rear block first, the machining on the top side, so the labeling goes to the back. And that means the pivots go in this way. Again, you can rotate those all the way around and they're not going to make a difference. They're centered. And then to mount it, we need some 3x6s again. The little guys, so there's those. Oh. Of course, I got to flip it around. So the labeling goes to the back, the etching. My hand's in the way, I know. And dig up another little guy. torque here too. Again, the only reason that they loosen up is the threads in the aluminum and the screw threads need to kind of match each other. You got high spots and low spots, and once you torque them a couple times, those high spots and low spots kind of come together and it's got more surface area to hold it. So that's why they loosen up. Alright, suspension pins. Got some of those floating around. I think these are it. Got some turnbuckles, fully threaded, I might add, which is good. Pins out. And then our long pins go in the bottom. Make sure we got our front block set up. So they're just having us put the front block in and then dropping the gearbox on, so that's fine. We can do that too. 3x head flat screws and 3x15s. So there's 3x15s, 3x10s. They want 3x10s. So 3x10s in the back, 3x15s in the front. So there's our short guy, drive shaft wise. And there should be, the gearbox will key in. And then again, the short ones go in the back. See if we can get this without dropping them. Get it pretty well straight to the chassis and run in. They did change it up a little bit. I'm not going to say a ton, but a little bit. These, yeah, those go in the right holes. So. Take the front cover off, you gotta take out the front set of screws. So the rears will sink in, and then the fronts we'll just kind of let those sit there for now. Okay, we do got our front shock tower on backwards, just an FYI. Didn't check that. It's okay. So now we can do front steering, suspension. We're gonna do these guys. We got a few more things to do at some point here, chassis wise, but what else we need? We need some CVs. We got those out. We'll assemble those. Got hats and hexes. So got our hexes. Put our CVDs together before we lose all the parts over here. These are the out drives, so keep that in mind. I got pins and a ring. Again, we can come in from the tapered side and run them up over. I like to put the joint or the split for the ring 90 degrees from the pin openings. That way, even if it does push on it, it doesn't have a good chance of popping out. At some point we'll probably shoot some lube in there before we hit the track. And of course, pieces, parts rolling off somewhere. Need another barrel. There it is, hiding over there. to re-level my table apparently. Okay. These are a little rough, looks like, as far as their normal stuff, but it goes together. Maybe that didn't get the oil on them. A little bit of corrosion, maybe. That's okay. Get our pin in there, right through the barrel. Keep the barrel horizontal, or pin anyway, and then get the split 90 degrees off. Snap it on. So we need more bearings. We got another pack of bearings over here. And they do have a larger front bearing, smaller rear bearing. Again, steel shielded. Not much break-in time. So those are going to go there. And then we need the hats and some screws. Be careful of the way these hats go in because they are different thicknesses, top and bottom. If you get that hosed up, you're going to fight your bump steer for weeks until you find the problem again. I've been there. So we need a 3x12 and we need two 3x12s. These guys here. Get those out. Ready to roll. We got our hats. Just looking at the thick hat goes on the bottom, the thin one goes on the top. So let's do that. The left side. It's going to be like that. So thick one on the bottom, thin one on the top. And then your caster block goes in. And this is aluminum, so be careful threading into this. You just don't want to cross thread it. It goes in a lot easier than the plastic ones, that's for sure. Again, another area you want to double check from time to time on tightness. And then you also have a right and left hand caster block. So I'm working on the left hand steering block and I got a right hand caster block in here. That will take out 11 degrees roughly. I don't want to do that. Start with the right one. Thick one on the bottom, thin one on the top. Okay, and then the bottom one's threading in. Good to go as long as we got them started. Just give it a little torque. Okay, there's that one, at least for that. Then we have our drive shaft. There's no shims except for the outside, so that's good. Get that through. And we got one shim here for the outside. Get him on there. That is a 0.1 millimeter shim thick. We got pins and our hexes. And then we're going to have to get the little guy screws in our hexes, which are right here. And those are 1.5 millimeter cap heads. This should go in on one side pretty easy. Maybe we'll just get it started with the wrench here. One-handed again. That makes it a lot easier. And again, make sure you're pushing from the back side a little bit just to take out all the slop and make sure that it's just a little snug. You don't have to have it super tight. You know, we're not trying to bind things up. So, and again, you don't want to over tighten the hex either. I probably have done that a little too much on this one. They just meant to stay there, you know. They don't have to have a lot of grip on the shaft to keep it to keep the wheel on for sure, or to keep drive in the car. You just don't want it getting sloppy enough to let the pin out. And we'll do this again. Now your small hat on the top is flat, so that it gives a good wear surface. That's where your car is going to be riding on in the front. And then the bottom is kind of long for the ride. And it's got some sort of cup or chamfer in the end. Put these in there. And your 3x10s. Drop those in. Get them started. Make sure everything's in the right way. Right side up. All you gotta do is look for the letters. The letters all go in the same direction. So we're good there. Good torque to it. Good torque to that one. Slide our drive shaft in. Need our shim. Pin from over here. And another hex. There's our hex. There's our cinch bolt. Go. There's that. Then we can put in our ball stud. We need 6mm, which I think those are the only ones left, looks like. Yep. This is the right hand side, and they want us to do 1mm shim in the front and the back. Well, I'm going to put it in the back position because I don't want my wheels rubbing. Because I do believe the manual has the left one in the front and the right one in the rear. So we're going to do all in the rear, and we need one of these shims. They're aluminum. They include the aluminum camber shims in there in the kit, so good to go there. Again, we're trying to get the ball stud away from the wheel. These look like they'll be easy to pop the ball stud, the ball cup on when it's in the car, although I say that now, but easier anyway. It's got a lip on the camber caster block. I'll break my finger. So there's the left and there's the right assemblies. Going to do it for that page. Now A-arms, back to where we were. So our A-arms, the shocks mount in front of the A-arms, so they actually look like they're backwards. But that's how they go. And then we got to find a spacer. That spacer is 2mm. That should be on one of the little trees floating around. Potentially could be on suspension mount one too. Could be in the next bag as well. This is B3, so we're still in bag B. Yeah. So we'll hunt that down. Looks like they might be, no. 1mm shims. Those are 4s. Should have came on the suspension set. There they are. So we're looking for this guy. It's usually attached to the A-arm on the end, like this. So as long as we find those. These are used to go on to shim the arm forward, I believe, or back. Yeah, it looks like going back, so. Yep. So A-arms go on. Then your shims. And you can trim your shims too. I don't like personally getting my fingers gnawed apart by plastic pieces, so trim those off. Okay, and then we got our front block. Our front block, the logo is out again. So that means we mount our blocks from the inside. Okay, and then we need some 3x6s. They do say thread lock these. You can if you want. I'm probably going to wait, unfortunately. And then there's no squat plate. Okay. We can mount these up, slip that on, slip the other side on. Oop. You just got to watch to make sure your spacer stays on there because it will move around on you. Okay. Roll it over. Okay. So the front pins are captured, so we don't have to worry about those now. The sides, let's see, the right is moving this way, left's over here. I don't know, let's see what kind of shim. We got one little shim in there, so that's going to be one of these guys. It's going to be on the forward thrust surface, I would think. At least that's how I would do it, but looks like we got to come in from the back with our pin. And then we'll just slide it through here. It's going to be pretty tight. There you go. And then work the shim down in there from the bottom maybe. probably a X-Acto knife. Kind of push it into place. It's pretty important shim, otherwise you're going to have your car loosening up on you. You definitely don't want that. It'd be nice if the pin went through from the front, but can't really line that up all that well. And we're going to wrestle with it for a little while. How's that? Okay, I can see it again. There we go. Got that lined up. Now we have a little retainer screws, 1.5 mm that retain the A-arm pin. Hopefully you guys saw that. Luckily we got the other side. We can do that too. And the A-arm pin retainer screws have a bigger head on them, so they kind of grab the pin and hold it in. Okay. So this side, we're doing the same thing. We'll do some more wrestling with it. So start our pin. Get the caster block in there the right way. It's pretty deceiving because of the way it's machined. So don't try and look at it to try and line it up, because you're gonna fight it all day. We'll slip the shim in from the top side again. This one's got a touch more room, so it's a little easier to maneuver. Move it around a little bit. Hopefully it pops in again. Okay. See it again, so it gives us another shot. Just don't cut your finger. I'm just using the tip to push on it. Come on. Probably pushing too hard on the pivot. Yeah. The pin's gonna squeeze out again, or shim anyway. But you can't leave this out. It's pretty important. So maybe twist the pin. You know, you can push on it and twist the pin. Something to get it to line up. I'm surprised it hasn't dropped out yet, but we can get it to push itself out, maybe. So I was saying that the caster block is a little deceiving, because you keep wanting to try to line it up the way it's machined, and it's not how it goes. So okay, now it's popping out the front. Maybe I can push it back now. Release the pressure. Come on. There we go, finally. Holy cow. Okay, then we're going to lock our pin in. Hopefully don't have to mess with that ever again. If you do, you can leave it out, you know, if you're to hurry at the track, but it's going to bind up the suspension at some point because it's going to start galling plastic and all that good stuff. All right, now I think pretty much, well, other than the bumper and the sway bar mount, we can put those on here shortly. It'll be kind of more of an accessory item. The bumper is just kind of a piece of plastic, so it's nothing really to worry about at this point. We still got to have it, but do the sway bars all at one time as well. So we need some 3x15s. Looks like these guys for the front braces. And missing one somewhere. Probably in the next bag. So this is going to be that's got to be our goes to the back. So that pops over. Yeah. I don't know if these braces are front and rear specific. They might be. It's the only one that came in this bag, so that's what I'm assuming at this point. Okay, I wouldn't run these in all the way just yet. There you go. Okay, so there's basically the new brace that they're adding. There's another plate that comes out and mounts to this, and then it distributes it down to the lower spine. So it gets rid of the top plate, all that good stuff. The rear block for the rear mounts, it's going to be in black bag C. Around somewhere. And the police going by. Let's see. Bag C. Basically the rear suspension. All goods. Didn't really prepare this one, but there's a plethora of bags that they have everything in. Looking for the rear mount. There's wider hexes for the rear than the fronts. Rear mount, front mount, don't have to cut those bags. This one you do. More hardware. There's what we need. Rear drive shafts. Those out. Sticky little pins. We'll get the rear suspension on and then I'll probably take a break. Been going about 1:20 so far. Not too bad for that little time. rear hubs, they are aluminum, which is good. I think just about all their Type-R vehicles now have the aluminum rear hubs. Rear gull-wing A-arms. Even all rod ends off for you. They do clean the rod ends up a little bit. You could probably trim them some more. Couple of there's anti-squat shims, one for the front, one for the rear. One of them was in the front bag. All right, and we need pins. Pretty much the only real prep time here. Come on. Okay. And then looks like the front sway bar was clear and the rear is going to be yellow. They typically will run setups with a stiffer bar in the back, whereas the track I run at typically wants stiffer bars in the front. I say the track wants, but that's basically what the car wants to run the track we run at. Alright, wing mounts, sway bar set. We can do that here in a minute. I'll keep that in the package so I don't get them mixed up. So we got the front brace in. Now we can do the rear mounts. Let's see, there's rear front. It's going to go that way. So then the anti-squat for the back. Again, we'll see where Drake started. I know pretty much what I want to do for toe. So he's pretty much running it straight up, minimal or a little bit of anti-squat. We're going to do a little bit of anti-squat, but we're going to put all the toe we can in it. So there's a whole chart. Toe from 0 to 3.5, which is what we're going to be doing. And then squat from 0, or actually negative 7.7. Nope, negative 1.4 to plus 2. So we're gonna try and stick with as much toe as possible, and then looks like squats. And we're going to want to lower the roll center a little bit, so we're going to change it up a little. Front mount, we want middle hole, inside column, and then outside column low. And that gives us 0.7 squat, lower roll center, and 3.5 roughly toe. Oh boy. So we'll dig out all the inserts. Some more somewhere. Probably got enough here though. So we're going to need these two sets. Oh, these two. There's the centered one, which we're going to make for our front. And then we want our low to the outside. And then we're going to have to set this up. So we want all the toe we can. We want middle position. So we want the fronts in all the way to the inside and then in the middle position on the insert. It's going to set us up for a lot of tow. And then in the rear, we want down and to the left. Yes, down and to the left. And we want to find another one that we can do that with. So that's going to be this guy down to the left. And again, we're doing that because our track is somewhat slick, but grooves up. So I want the option of raising the roll center with either shims or the inserts themselves. But I want all the toe because it'll take it, and then the anti-squat we can mess with to get what we want there. So that's that. The front mount takes. And I got two sets of screws, so I imagine one is with the shim and one, yeah, the 3x6s to 8s are with the shims, and the 3x10s are for the transmission are 3x10s. If I can find them, there we go. 3x15s are for the trans. And we got a 1 degree shim in the front. Now, whether or not that's going to be the hot ticket, I don't know. We'll see. But we're basically lowering the roll center a little bit because I know this car has steering. I know it has a lot of steering. We're going to run the 3x8s for the front block, which I got to find those. I think they're just giving me 3x6s. Those will probably work for now. Those are little guys. Maybe 3x8s. Otherwise, I'm going to have to dig up some shorter ones. Okay. See where these come out. I think there's room for these mounts. I don't think anything else is going around them, so they probably would be better with 6s. I think these might be 10s. Well, these are 8s, so 6s probably would work okay. We'll worry about that later. Just want to get this all assembled now, the way it should be. And this is another one you're going to have to watch and tighten after the first round. First run, second run, third run. You know, it does say put Loctite on them, but again, this is something I'm probably going to be changing, you know, more often at first. So I'm not going to want to fight the Loctite every time. Pretty light bearing fits on the hubs, just an FYI. So yeah, nothing's going to get in the way if you got a longer screw in that mount, so I wouldn't be too worried about that. So 15s go up here in the front. Car's going to be doing contortion for a while. We do got to get the front cover to be happy with what it's doing as well, so maybe we'll hold off on that for a second. Well, maybe we're going to have to run the shorter real little guys up front in that mount. We need these for the trans. It's not going to be playing too nice. So we should be fine with these shorter ones. I don't have a problem with it. They go in just like everything else. As long as you're not, just in a couple threads. That's what we're trying to avoid. Again, these trans screws are pretty much in for the duration. So we'll tighten those up now. These mounts we're going to be changing from time to time. Although I have a feeling that the trans case is going to have to come off before I can change the front anti-squat. I don't want to thread these all the way in, but I want to get them close. Out of the way. And then we have A-arms to mount. They got us putting the wing mounts on and the front brace on as well, so let's do that. These are 15s here. Yep. So let's do the brace. And the brace goes right over top. Should anyway. Particular order that goes on. Probably before he put it down in there, I would guess. It does need some room. I'm chewing it up already. Alright, well, so much for nailing down the trans. There's no steps, it just shows you kind of an arrow. To kind of show it going in place before you put the trans down in there. Alright, so we should have enough room there. Collar. I guess we'll tighten that down first. Of course, then all the screws got to go through. And it looks like it's all going to come together. So we'll get the 15s in there, drop him right in, and start it easy. Just needs a little loosening on the screws, and it's all set and ready to roll. Okay, got wing mounts. Those are 3x10s, button heads. So there's those. We need another 3x10. There it is. And these pretty much have a couple different holes. We just want to be on the outside lower ones, maybe. Yeah. It's like these guys out here. Doesn't look right to me, but we also have the option of moving it up. Yeah, I probably will. Doesn't do you any good to have the wing behind the shock tower unless you're on super high bike tracks, which I don't have around here, at least not within an hour. So we'll move it to the upper hole. A little narrower in, but it looks better as far as the height goes. This material is a little bit softer, but it's definitely tougher. So just watch so you don't strip it putting all that in there. Where's the other mount? I just had both of them right here in front of me. Still do. So we'll get the other one mounted up here. Help. Okay. All right. Let's get the rear suspension in, and then we'll probably take a break for a minute. We got everything there. So rear A-arms are symmetrical out of the box. Just like the two-wheel drive car. That's pretty much what I switched the LW to last year. Now we have several options of spacers. They actually mark them now. Different marks, looks like. 1 dot or 2 dots, so 1 millimeter or 2, maybe, or 2 or 3, looks like. So we'll want the 4 millimeter. Yeah. Oh, my bad. Looking at the wrong thing. Already have the CVDs, so let's throw those together here. Same thing as the front. Putting the barrel in. We want to straighten it out to be somewhat vertical. Hold down the axle with it, and then drop pivot pin through. You have to lift it up to free it up a little bit, and this is going to get locked in by the bearing in the hub. So these are left and right now. So that captures the pin, and it's pretty well built. Then we have, let's see, there's drive pins over here. I believe that's one of them anyway. Not sure where the other drive pin's at. That was a little different. So let's double check. Make sure we didn't put in the wrong pin. No, that's the right one. There it is, hiding. So we just want to make sure we got the right pins going in the right spots. We do have a shim, another 0.1 millimeter shim. Hopefully we got another one. I don't see it right offhand. They may be stuck together, so who knows? Nope. Get on there. Otherwise, we'll come back and add it. I have plenty in my box. Make sure the pins are right. I believe they are a little bit different between the hex and the CVD. So yeah, that's the hex one there. Again, these are the little guys. Get our 1.5. This one I'm not going to worry about tightening down too much. I'm probably going to have to take it off again. That's the left one. Get our barrel straight. Lift it up, wiggle it around, it should drop right in. Now you'll know if you just picked up the one for your hex, you'll know because it's too wide, just like I did right there. So what we want to do is chase it with the other one so we don't lose our other stuff, so you can chase it right out and swap pins. There, now that one goes together. Just hold on to it so you don't lose your pin. I put the shim on the other one, so this one's the one we're going to have to watch how tight we get it, because we definitely don't want to run without the shim. It's just a good bearing surface. Other guy again. Snug it up. Okay, so there's that. Ball stud? Not yet, apparently. Looks like we need the 2 dot. That would be, looks like a 3 or a 4 millimeter. Need another one for the other side. And then looks like they're wanting to move, that's the left side, so they're basically making a long wheelbase setup. We're probably going to have the opposite of that, so we're going to make a short wheelbase setup. So we're going to put the pin in the back and then put our spacer on the back side, so that moves our hub to the front for now. And then there's another one that goes on the front side, so they're really making it straight up is what they're doing. And then looks like they're using the upper hole closest to the axle, and then another 2.5 on the front side. So we'll get it in the middle. We'll probably run it short wheelbase style, just because our tracks can be pretty dry. They can get pretty slippery. Hopefully not at the beginning of the year, but we shall see. Couple more 2 dot spacers. This one the same way. Pin can go through both sides, which makes it somewhat helpful. Again, the A-arms, I'm going to trim just the flashing just a touch, just because. Even on the back, just a little bit. Okay, so now get our spacer on the back side, drop our hub on, slip our spacer in the front. Again, trim the spacer so it doesn't gnaw my fingers apart. I'm messing with it. Slide it up in there. Hope we're close. And pop it in. And we do have some retainer screws for the pin. Definitely don't want our pins slipping out. There's another one here. Should have two more. Not even looking at them. There they are. So a revised hub over the previous SB401. They're offset. Looks like back. So okay. Now, make sure we got our spacers. Looks like we're using well, they point to the 2-dot spacer, but they only show a 1-dot going on. I'm not sure I got any more 2-dot spacers. I got a bunch of 1-dots, so it looks like we're going to be running 1-dots. Pretty much how it goes. Whatever's left is probably what the right part is. Okay. Again, we'll trim off the flash. All 4 parts. Pretty good. Okay, so looks like we got 1 spacer in the front and 1 in the back, so that makes a little bit of sense. Get our pins in. Arms on. Spacer and back. Now that lets you, we're basically centered up front and or inside and outer, so that lets us have a little more wheelbase options. I'm probably going to end up moving all that back to my old setup, but we'll find out first day. I may have some time to go to a different track to get some test time in, but I don't know. We'll find out. Rear mount, which is right here. We've already got our anti-squat shim in the front. And nothing else going on in the back. We need some 3x6s. These little guys. And that. Pop these on. Down. Load these up without moving the car. Come on. All right. And then, maybe, just maybe, a rear ball stud. No. There we are. Aluminum shim and a 6mm ball stud. So these guys. I think that's all that's left is 6s, yep. And then they're going to want far rear. Far rear? Far rear. Again, make sure you don't get them started wrong. Otherwise, you'll have to reset it by hand. Alright, hand torque these. Hand out of the way. There we go. All right. After a little break there, come back. We opened up bag D, which is steering system, servo mount, another bag of hardware. We'll dump that out right there. So we got 2 Tamiya wrenches floating around now. Just got done building an Evo before this, for this winter as well. So I got extra tools, pieces, parts floating around. This car does have a floating servo mount. So one side is basically bolted down to the chassis. The other side is just kind of floating. And your servo mounts to that. So it's only mounted on one part of the chassis. So it's not changing the rigidity from side to side. Should be pretty cool. We'll see. So we'll jump into the steering system now. The turnbuckles maybe later, but the rack right now. Pretty much the standard system they've been using for a while now. I got bearings top and bottom. They do press in kind of hard sometimes. And we'll key everything in. This one keys into this guy here. So it pulls up outside. We don't want the spring because we never run the spring. So we use the spacer. Spacer goes in there, and then the nut comes in and tightens it up. Now you might want to put some thread lock on that. I've had last year's unit loosened up on me a couple times. So then you get a bearing that goes in the top. So that's one side ready to go. And then the other side is pretty much just a post with an arm on it. Depending on which side you're going to run your servo, typically I like to run the servo from over here this way instead of trying to put the short shaft on it. I guess these will be upside down. Yeah. And the rack will mount up there. And the rack plate, it's a carbon fiber piece. We should have our bushings in the pile over here. We do. That's their new Pro plate, or one of their new Pro plates. It's not the ball raced one, but it's still pretty good. So let's see. So we got pivots require 3x10s, a washer, 3x8 washer. So one of these guys, 3x10, that and there. So that pretty much gets us our rack plate. And our pivots are going to go in here. Pretty tight fit on the one anyway. This one not so much. We're going to have the sharp side down on this one. It's the sharp side of the washer. And the smooth side of the washer. So we're going to go that way. And then the rack goes forward. So we want this here. And then this going on top of the rack, yes. And then the ball stud goes on the bottom. So this pivot comes out. Get the driver. Side, and be careful which when you tighten this up, because it can flip around. We definitely don't want it like that. Got to back it out enough that slide it by and then go back down. We want the pivot points for the ball stud forward. Side down. And the bearings will fall out. Some of the guys have been running the screw the other way and then putting a nut on top so they can take the plate off without tearing everything else out. Probably lets you control your preload a little bit more. Let's see if we need a shim. Doesn't look like we need a shim on the bottom, but we will on the top, looks like. So we're just going to put that one on first. You kind of have to go down at the same time. There we go. And we have our shims over here. Looks like they're all the same size. Haven't measured these at all, but this one not so much. Okay, well I told you we were going to Loctite that one, so I gotta do it. Gotta do it now, because I know I won't get back to it. So it's just this guy right here. I'm just going to put some blue on it, and we shouldn't have any problems with it all year. We break it, then we break it, and just use pliers and peel it back apart. Make sure you get it as tight as you can. So now I got both sides of the bearings down, so just goes back together just like that. Bearing goes on top. Get our two shims going here. Again, it's like one side needs a little bit more than the other, maybe. So maybe 2 on the one side and 1 on the other. Should be good. So we got a brace, carbon fiber brace that goes across there, so it's going to be that guy. That gets us there with, let's see, what screws? 3x6s, cap heads, or button heads. Double check the size, make sure it's still off. Yep, still off. Lay that on there, make sure it stays that way. This might have been 8, but eights are fine unless I need them. They're easy to pull out. A little longer screw there is not going to hurt anything. You want to double check? Yep. Nice and smooth. Not a ton of play in the rack, which is good. You could almost use another shim over there. Which we have more. There is more here, so we can pull it off and shim that up once we get everything going. Yeah. We could probably drop in our diff or our slipper assembly in the middle. You know? Hopefully we've loosened it enough or got it in there, in and out of there enough times that it does go. Now the slipper adjustment's in the back. That probably is part of it. Everybody's laughing at me. So we gotta get our drive shafts in there and get a drive shaft in the back. Then put everything in. Alright, so that's there. This guy is going to go on the small part to the front. And that goes on with 3x6 buttons. 3x6. Let's see if these are 6ers. Yeah, those are 6. Those are probably 8s. There's another button, another one, and another one. So we'll get that nailed down. Be so much easier to change the spur gear and the center diff if you're running the center diff. So much better. Tighten up our bottom. Oh, stuff flying around. Retighten the bottom. And then tighten the top, just to be on the safe side. Of course, you just tighten them anyway. Again, aluminum, steel screws going into aluminum. Probably a good idea to retorque those. Let's get our... Looks like they do give you a non-spring post now, but I do like the 2 holes in that one, so I'm going to keep that one for now. So if I break it, then I can switch to the other one, not a problem. Put together the servo mount now. Some 3x6s looks like. Yep, and then that guy that way. This guy, 3x6s into there. Some more button heads, small button heads. Get these started by hand, so that's cool. Started those by hand. Run them all in now. Just watch your fingers. And then we have the other mount. Looks like it. Oh, I put it on backwards. Servo's got a mount on the front side. Tried lining it up with the manual, and that's what happens. So I'm looking at it right now, the way they show you. Yeah, I just got the top plate backwards, apparently. So we'll flip it over and try it the other way. So that's how we want it to go. You want the flat side of this plate with the holes in the front side here. And again, watch your fingers. So you're right using a driver. Torque these pretty good. Again, going into aluminum. Now, these have the holes on the front side too, so we are trying to get them through all the way through. So either way, it's got a little key on the top here that keys into the angle. Another 3x6 button head. Gets that guy going. And then you'll mount the servo to this, and then you just bolt it down with the 3 screws on the one side. I would probably maybe put some foam under it. I don't know. Maybe not. Either way, that guy bolts right in there, just like that. Yep, just like that. And we got steering linkage, turnbuckles, shocks to do yet. Let's put in the stud for the battery hold down. This in, there's one that goes up here. Oop. Don't slip on it. Camera, that's always cool, huh? All right, and then comes in the new thumb screws. These are designed to not loosen up as easy, and if they do, they don't come flying off. Hard part is getting the O-ring in there. I've had okay luck trying to smash them straight in. Looks like we're going to be okay today. Let's orient everything so it sneaks back in the the profile there. They got a cutout for the O-ring inside. Mess with it until it decides to go. Help it out a little bit. There you go. So then we have battery strap. We have thumb screw that goes on. Although it looks like we got them a little short. We can back them off. So you might need some height for depending on the battery you're running, and you need it to engage the rubber O-ring too. So we'll probably back them off some more. Set screw running around. There's those, and then we got some braces to put on for the front gearboxes. Oh, might be a longer stud that needs to go in there, but yeah, there's one. Maybe we didn't put the longer ones in. That'll probably be next time. Let's see, braces. 3x6s, cap head screws. There's that. Let's do the rear one. It pops right in there. It's kind of a tight fit, so just gotta work it in, push it down. Going into aluminum again. Just a little torque there. Plastic one's probably a little bit more. It's probably good. Make sure they're down all the way. Looking good. So that's pretty much the whole brace system now. It just bolts, basically runs all the bending this way back into the chassis, into the spine plate. Should be good. And then some more 3x6s. Just 3 there. Again, tight fit. Push it down. Oh, not far back enough. There we go. These are shorter screws, so you just got to watch how much you torque on them, because they will strip a lot easier. Imagine that one's going to be the tough one, because if you're moving anything around the front end, there's going to be some springs, so you got to take that spring back up and pull the shock tower back down. Get it where you want it. All right, so we have sway bars to put together, turnbuckles to put together, shocks to put together, and diffs to build. So we'll get to that here next. All right, time to build some gear diffs for this SB401 Type-R. Get to the right page in the manual will be helpful. And during that little break, we did update some video settings. I think it looks a little bit better, so that's a plus. Get our diff oil out. I'm using some 7000. These are going to be pretty much standard PR diff builds, gear diff builds anyway. So the new gray material on the diff case, which is good, apparently. I haven't used one yet, so I don't know. Let's see, O-ring, probably need a little bit of silicone oil on it. Make a mess. Let's get a paper towel out. Get that on there. I'm just doing this so we don't tear or shred the surface of the O-ring for when we put it in dry. It helps push it down in there. Yeah, you guys can see a lot better now. And then we got the washer, the bigger washer, so we're going to grab one of these. And then this, again, it's smoother on one side. You want that going against the O-ring. I should probably put an outdrive through there too. So it centers everything. For the outdrives, we want the black grease. We just want a little bit on there. We're not trying to lube it for 200,000 miles. Just want it for metal on metal, steel on steel contact, because there is a bushing in there. So you definitely want that to be lubed up the way it should be. And there's probably going to be a little bit that stays on the outside in between the outdrive and the diff housing. And then we're going to push some through just in case. We don't want to put too much in here so we don't push it into our fluid, but we want some farther in on the bushing as well, so make sure a little bit of dab is on the flat. And then we'll wipe it off there. Our O-ring fell out, so just make sure we got everything cleaned up on the inside. Get our O-ring back in the bottom. Get our washer on the right way. Okay, so now we got the washer sharp side up, and we need these lovely E-clips here. The fun part. And then again, the E-clip also has a sharp side. There's one more sharper side of that, and then it's more round on the other side. It doesn't really matter. I'll probably try the smoother side towards the bottom if you can get it in there. Just might line up with the slot at the bottom a little easier. Get our O-ring washer down far enough. Bring in our E-clip. This is always the fun part, trying to get this on here. Probably need a bigger screwdriver, honestly. I think that guy's a little too small. And now we got the E-clip all jacked around. Again, so this is the fun part. think that's why I leave till the end anyway. Holy cow. Come on. All right. So I got the sharp side down now, so we'll see if it goes any easier. Probably not, but I used a hex wrench last time, but I can't remember. Of course, I don't have a bigger screwdriver either. Worst case, we'll use some pliers. Just trying to get enough leverage on it to pop it in. Without it spinning around. Okay. Some pliers on it. A little more open area. There, pliers seem to work better, so maybe try pliers first. So now it's clipped in there. You can see that too well, but it's in there. Double check it just to be sure. Last thing you want is popping out of the groove and losing its outdrive. All right. So that guy is pretty well ready to go. We can get outdrive gears on him. Okay. And we're going to build both these at the same time. We're putting the same fluid in them, so it really doesn't matter. Parts are the same, front or rear. Black grease. Get some inside, so it pushes inside. Just want to distribute it around inside the bushing, just enough. I think my LW car, I never had any leaks or anything with those. No issues with those diffs. I never even chipped a tooth like they were known to do. But I was around 13.5 as well, pretty much all season. Maybe with mod, probably it was intended for a spec class car anyway, but a lot of guys tried running them in mod, and all of a sudden you got people complaining about breaking parts, so you can only make things so light. The O-ring seated in there, that way the washer goes in easier. This time it won't pop out. Getting her smooth side down. Yep. Help the washer seat the O-ring, and then get the washer in. And her E-clip. Like the last one we did smooth side up. This one's going to be sharp side up. I don't think it matters. This is just a retaining feature. Let's try and get our stuff straightened out here, and then hopefully it goes on first time. Yep. Pliers, definitely a way to go. Definitely don't forget your silicone oil on the O-ring. That way we don't tear it when we're turning it here. Another side gear. There's no metal on metal spinning other than the bushing and the shaft, so you don't have to worry about any of that. You already have lube on that, so should be pretty good there. Let's get some gears in it. So we want our T-pins, cross pins, whatever you want to call them. We got our side gears with washers on the back so the side gears don't eat up the plastic. I'm going to turn these around. And the cross shafts key together in the center, so you want to make sure that's up on the first one. And then there's flats on the side. Yeah, I might be doing this a little backwards, but get another washer on there. Definitely need a washer on that, so let's take it back out. Do it the way I should have. So we got a washer on that side. We got to put a washer on this side. We just got to make sure we know where the flat is on the center. It's right there. Make sure other gears down. And these can be just thrown in and then you just push them out. It goes down like that. So flats facing up. Drop the second one. Side gear. Washer. Grab it onto both piles here, but same parts in the end again. Now we want to make sure the slot or the flat is pointing down. It's only going to be, it'll line up when you get the side, the pins to line up on the flats, and then they drop right in. Do the same thing on this one. Side gear, washer. Just make sure our flat's there. Yep. Drop that in, push the gears to the side. Cross shaft, side gear, washer. Flat pointing down for the center. Push gears out to the side and it should drop right down in there. Don't need this guy. Our gear cases, I do like to pre-thread those sometimes, but these aren't so bad because the fluid's not so high. So we got to put our stuff together on this side too. Same process. A little silicone oil drops in. Hot drive comes through the outside, but we gotta get some lube on that. No bushing in this one, they just machine the material as the bushing. Again, we're just trying to get the black grease all the way inside without too much issue. So when you push it in this way, it pushes all the grease to the outside. When we put it on this side, and push it through, pushes grease all the way to the inside. So that's what we want to do. Just clean this off so we don't foul the diff fluid. Two different types of material. You don't want to mix them. Smooth side down, sharp side up. Now we can really see what we're doing here. So there's everything sitting there. We just got to come in. Probably should line it up with a flat. Makes it a little more stable. And then we come in and just pop it across. Just like that. So that one I know is good. I can see it down in the groove all the way on. And always make sure everything spins good, nothing binding up, no grinding. Save yourself some headache later on. And all we're trying to do with the silicone oil is just to get the O-ring lubed up all the way around. So we can come in with no tears. O-ring jumping out. That's kind of one of the downsides of doing it this way. Now you can be sloppy and just throw this stuff together and not worry about it, but you will probably have issues later on. When I go to the track, I don't want to be messing with stupid mechanical issues. I want to be tuning on the car, making it better. Always. Having diffs leaking and everything else is just not what I want to do on race day. Okay, back to the lovely E-clip. Smooth side down, we'll try that. And it's going to jump around on me. There we go. Get lined up with a flat on the other side. Yeah, take a couple swings at it. Sometimes it's not ready yet. Sometimes it does grab on the other washer, so that's the only downside with having the sharp side up, really. So there you go. Pops right on. Third or fourth, fifth time's the charm. So there's that. Now we gotta get some gaskets lined up here. Probably a good idea to get these lined up first. And get them pushed down in the gear so that they are lined up and not trying to fight you putting everything back together. Looks like these are Teflon seals on the new diffs in the Type-R. Pretty nice upgrade versus the fiber, more gasket material, traditional gasket material, I should say. So there. Pretty well set in there. Again, helical cut gears, not the straight cuts, so the car's going to be quieter. These gears are stronger. You can definitely run mod with them. No problems. A lot of guys that run locally are running modified with their truggies too. Same kind of gear, same material. no issues. Alright, so we're going to run 7,000 oil front and rear. That's where one of our local drivers, Johnny, he's been running these, and I probably have the seal in here. Yep. He's been running 7,000 weight, so I'm trying to cut a little bit of track time here since I didn't make the first charity race. At Washtenaw RC near Ann Arbor, Michigan. We're trying to at least get our stuff closer than it would be if I just showed up with the kit set up in it. This might take a little bit. 7,000's pretty gooey. And these diffs, you just want to cover the gears, so there is a little bit of a gap above the gears once you do get them covered, but you also got to let the fluid settle in the gears as they are. I don't know if we can show you that or not. You can see where it's at now. It's still sinking. And if I rotate it, it'll pull up some of the air that's down underneath everything. You can see how much the level has changed already. Just want to keep filling it slowly. And this, we're not going to put a drop on the outside like we do for the two-wheel drive stuff. It's just too thick. It'd be more like 3 or 4 drops of this. The air will bleed out. You just got to kind of be patient with it. And your gears will push up because there are some forces on it when you're turning things, so push those back down. You want to keep filling it as the gears are moving up, so then you really have it full. We got a little blob of air coming up right now. There it goes. So a few more drops and we should be good. Well, not drops, just squeezes, I guess. Again, this stuff is pretty thick. You can just rock the gear back and forth and the air will move through the fluid a little bit quicker. Like I said, we just want to cover the gears. It does have a diagram in the book, manual, about where to fill them to. You could probably use just a touch more. One more squeeze. You can roll it over behind if you want. Each of the posts. At some point those will be, let the air out of those as well. And you might end up getting another squeeze out of it. Or into it, I should say. I'm doing this not really taking a lot of time here, not trying to anyway, but if you got if you're sitting at home on your bench, then you can put oil in it. You can let these things sit and let them bleed out themselves, all the air. Over time, a day or so, but we don't have the time, and it really doesn't make that big a difference. Just Just trying to do it in a hurry, or a little faster anyway. All right. Push our gears back down. Sure we're good there. We probably got a little bit in there, more than what we need, but we can wipe a lot of that off. And just probably clean up the surface where the gears are the top gears meet. But remember, you do have a top gear to go in there too, so this could get messy. So we'll take a little more out. And it probably will get messy. Well, at least we know we got a lot of air out of it. So if we do this, make sure you try and line up your holes as quick as you can, and then drop this gear in there, and then get everything back in. You're going to have fluid coming out. In our case, we looking pretty good. Hopefully my bit makes it. This bit leaves a tough life here at the shop. Okay, we want to make sure our holes are lined up. We just want to snug it, just so it holds everything together. Probably going to loosen it a little bit just to get the other screws in properly without pressurizing too much. Get another screw on the other side. Everything looks pretty good so far. And it pushes out the screw holes. A little bit of fluid here and there. Not a biggie. Whoa. Maybe a little too much caffeine today too. Let's get the screw loaded up first. There we go. And the screws will center themselves. As long as you got everything lined up for the holes, it should be good. And of course, when you tighten it up, you want to do the star pattern right across from each other, and then the next one. And you want to do the last little bit manually. You'll feel it getting tighter. There. Let's get another paper towel here. Wipe some of this off. And this won't matter too much. If you leave a little bit on the gear, it's just going to fling off. More to clean up later, but try and get most of it cleaned off there. Okay, nothing running out. That's a plus. Got a little bit of fluid coming out from the gears here. Just got pushed out when we were tightening it. Try and get some of that off there, but that's not a big deal. Silicone oil's pretty forgiving. It's not a real big lubricant, but it definitely won't hurt anything. Clean up some of the teeth. Maybe if you got a toothbrush you use for clean things, clean out the teeth here, but otherwise, we'll let that do its thing and sit there. We're going to fill this other one. have this section as a separate video on our website at some point, probably YouTube as well. Just in general, you can refer back to it if you don't want to, fast forward through the video as it is. There's 4 hours plus of building the car. A lot of people don't want to try and find it. So we'll have a separate video that you can reference anytime. Now we probably will have the front diff is going to leak a little bit once we get it on the track and get it heated up. It's just the material, the fluid expanding inside, so once you get a good heat cycle on it, it should be fine. You might have to clean out the diff case, but in general, it'll vent itself one way or another. You just don't want too little fluid in there and getting it too hot. Want some behind the gear, so just let it flow that way slowly. It'll fill up. Two more to go here. And once you do this, you probably need to refill or put another squeeze in. And we should be good. This does take up a little fluid filling the side cavities. In fact, probably got to put some more in now. Okay, one more. I want to get everything settled back in there. Wipe off our extra. Our sealing surface here. Try this again. Get our holes lined up before we roll it on. And drop it right there. That's how it should go together. Keep that side gear on there. Load up our wrench. If you are using a driver, try not to go too fast because it does generate heat. So, and higher temperature of the material, the easier it is for it to strip out. This one's a little bit better. I didn't have nearly as much fluid in it. the other one. Now we'll give them a little tightening. There we go. Much better on that one. A lot less to clean up. And that'll probably be a rear diff. We're always fighting for a little bit more rear traction at Washtenaw, but it's just a matter of making the right changes. We're going to try. Last year I think I ran 10 and 5 in the front and rear diffs, so we'll see what 7 and 7 do. So let's make sure I know which one's which. I don't even have a marker at this point, so we're going to leave them like that. I know this is the front, I know this is the rear. Oop. So we're going to leave those like that, and that's it for the diff builds. We will jump back onto building the rest of the car, or at least finishing the car up, hopefully. All right, let's get these diffs in the car, and then we can keep on trucking, do some shocks. See, I already did some work with the turnbuckles, because I hate doing them on video. Never know how long it's going to take. So with this, we have to take out the lower front holes as well. Get the front cover off. So just got to take out these 4 bolts to get to the diffs. And maybe, nope, there we go. All right. Been waiting to do this for a while. Want to make sure we get the right diff. That one, we want to put some black grease on the gears, just to be sure that we got some lubrication on steel parts. Doesn't have to be a ton. Then we're looking for, let's see, depending on the configuration, not sure that you can change stuff around too much on this car, so you have to make sure that the diff gear is in the right way. So we got to make sure that the outside of the ring gear is pointing to the right hand side of the car, which is this side. So should be good there. We need a couple washers. Unfortunately, I don't have my calipers to make sure these are all the same. But we need 2 on the right side and 1 on the left. Looks like I got a thicker one there. Nope, just an extra one. Okay. And then we need 1. These are 0.1 shims, by the way, 0.1 millimeters. Just make sure you don't grab 2. They're pretty thin. And we gotta have some bearings. And then we'll check it once we get everything in, make sure we got bones hooked up. Front cover back on. So nice being able to take the diffs out. Just a couple screws. That one might have been long, maybe. Let's make sure we get the right ones in there. Those are calling for 3x10, so that's a 3x10 for sure. Always worries me when a screw I've had in before gets tight quick. Those should pop right in. Give them a little torque. You don't have to have a ton. It's just a cover, and it's really just holding the bearings from popping out of the seat and keeping dirt and crud off it. And make sure we're spinning the right way. That's what you're looking for. You don't want to have one diff in backwards. Rear set up here, same way. It's in fact the same gear case, front and rear. For over. These had the smaller holes. Nope, thought it did. Looked like it. Same setup in the back, either way. Take that out. I'm going to check the manual, make sure which ends which here. In the rear, we need, let's see, same setup. 2 shims on the outside of the ring gear, so this side. Make sure there's 2 there, and 1 on the other. A couple of bearings. And our black grease. And you only got to put the black grease on a couple teeth, a couple spots. It'll work its way around with the gear ratio that's in there. Then we have to make sure that the gears are going in the proper way. So in this one, we got to make sure that the back side of the ring gear is to the left. So this is the left over here. And it does go in, even with all the stuff there. And make sure we're turning the same way before you even bolt it up. We are. The other one's still there. On the back, you got so much droop that you don't have to worry about the drive shafts. They're probably going to fall out before you get, at least 2 or 3 times before you get shocks on it. But if you want to look at it, make sure everything spins. See, it already popped out. Okay. Alright, diffs are in. This is good. And pretty good. Not a lot of drag. It's more the weight of the drivetrain at this point. I got one more turnbuckle to build. I'll show you guys how that goes together. I already have the ball stud in here and the ball stud in the rack plate. I found a little bit easier way to put these together. And if you get some shock pliers, make sure you get long ones. These are awful short and you can't really get a whole lot of grip with these. Just end up killing your hand. Plus this little turn up at the end digs right into my hand. So they do tend to hurt after a while. Well, you can take your shock pliers and hold on to your ball ends like this. Start your left one. So lefty is tight. You can take your camber rod adjuster, your turnbuckle adjuster wrench, and run it right in. These are for the front, so they're going to be pretty close, a couple threads. You can flip it over. You got your right hand one. Righty is tighty. Then we want to look at the orientation. So we got one up, one down. Try and be even with them. There. And I've also found that if you find a good set of channel locks, they work better than trying to fiddle with the header card. So with this, it's easy enough. I can pop on the outside one, and all the way in the almost one of the bigger adjustment range. If I can get it on, and then it's got a flat spot on it, so you don't mar anything up, which is nice, and it's just the right size. Hopefully, there we go, just like that. And then the inside, we basically do the same thing. I'm gonna come in and just touch it with the flat. Oh, and then of course it turns on me. Rotate it back from the side, and it pops on. So there you go. Instead of showing you all the turnbuckles, there's one. Makes life a little easier, I guess, if you're building one of these yourself. Then sweet. What else we got? Let's do the front sway bar. I think I'm looking for a couple pieces yet for the rear one. I'm not sure where those are. So we're not going to do that one, but we are going to do this one. So your set screw, it's a 1.5 millimeter hex. Go on your pivot ball. Got to leave room for the sway bar to go through. Find the right end here. There should be a millimeter gap in between your two rod ends there. We just got to make sure we got the right one, because I pre-built most of these to go in certain spots. So that one, but that's got a bigger gap. There's the other one. I knew I had it built. There's that one. So we got to put this guy in here. We're going to do that the same way with the channel locks. And one day I'm going to grind down a set of channel locks so they're nice and smooth, and maybe a little bit of a radius in them so they grab these ball studs a little bit easier, or the ball cups, and don't let them pivot. So we'll close up the channel locks. Again, on the flat of the channel lock, pops right on. Then we got to get down in here with our screwdriver. We drop down the A-arm. There's plenty of room there, and then you just put your screwdriver down and pop it on. Pretty easy. Let's make sure what they're calling for the 1.4 on the front, which I'm assuming right now is the green one, but it could be the clear. I'm going to put the yellow one on because I know from our experience last year that I like a heavier front sway bar at Washington. So we get that lined up on that side. That lined up on that side. And then make sure you can adjust, or at least tighten your bar from the top. In some position anyway. Just make it so you can get to the set screw with the car assembled and with tires on it and everything. Okay, so there's that. Now I got to get one of these guys on here. So this holds the sway bar on. There's the channel is already in it. So this one basically sets up your preload adjuster. I just got to make sure what size screws these are. These are 3x8 button heads. Let's make sure we got the right ones. Those looks like 8s there. Yep. Double check them. You can find it. 3x8. And again, the sizing in the manual is a little off sometimes, but yeah, that one looks like a 6 in the book. It's certainly an 8 because this is a 10 thread here, and you can see the difference. But the book shows it even shorter. So these are definitely the ones you want. Again, motor these in. And this is just to set the block in the mount. So your sway bar should still be pretty free. And they got a little bit of side play, but not bad. And then they got set screws that take the backlash out. Of course, I still got stuff running all over the table. So there's those little guys. And these should be 3x6s, which is correct because these are shorter than the screws we just put in. But still the same length as what it's showing in the manual. So they need to fix that, but we'll run these in by hand. And then these, you just want to make sure the backlash is out of the sway bar. I'll show you here in a second what I mean by backlash. So they have to make room for all the different size bars. So this is the bigger bar, so obviously this one's going to be a little bit tighter to start with in the mount. So if you put a smaller bar in, then you're going to need, you know, something to take up that extra space. So if you put a smaller one in, this bar is going to rock around in here. Well, these set screws, you run them in until they're just tight, and then you back them off a little bit. Like with this one, I'm just feeling it move the bar, and I back it off. Because you don't want these screws pinching the bar. You just want it, you know, you want the bar to have very little resistance up and down. Trying to use the twisting of the bar more than anything. And that's what we're changing with the size. The diameter of the bar is the stiffness of that twist. I have to adjust the angle of those a touch after a while. Let this guy rotate around. And I usually start with the same stick out of the back side. You want the same amount of wire sticking out of the back side of both the pivot balls. And then you could measure your distance from a bend or somewhere, but it's going to get difficult, so I just stick with the end of the wire. And then again, if you want to stiffen it up a little bit, you can slide it ahead a little. If you get too far, then you got to go to a bigger bar, which there's a bigger kit out there for bigger bars. You just have to drill the hole in this mount to run the bigger bars, and then of course your backlash set screws become more important. So there's front sway bar. You repeat that on the back and you'd be done. So there you can see it transfers some of the motion to the other side because of the stiffness of the bar. Okay, so with that, let's see, we're leaving the servo mount out for now. Until it's built, though, it's still right here. So we're going to do some shocks, I believe, this time around. We're going to do those in a separate video, but then I'll splice it back in right after this. So. Alright, so with this pile of parts, we're going to build some PR Racing Type-R shocks. So This will be a separate video for those that are just looking for information on how to put these together and how they go together if you're stuck. If not, then hey, it's just another RC car shock building video. You can build them how you like if you're an experienced builder. We're going to build them basically how the kit tells us with the kit parts and go from there. It just so happens that the setup we're going to be using for our car on our 4-wheel drive buggy is from Adam Drake, and he uses the kit pistons, so we're good there. Otherwise, we're using the blue seals, he's using the red. Don't ask me what the difference is yet. I haven't ran both. I've only ran what's in the kits. So hopefully soon we're going to find out. But anyway, let's get putting these things together. So shocks, pistons, and shafts, pretty important. So we're going to make sure that we have the right pistons on the right shafts. That's pretty big. So the whites, these are 1.5 hole, 3-hole pistons. You just make sure you get the right ones. Again, it's nice that they're different colors out of the kit. That way you can kind of keep those pretty well separate. So with the way PR builds stuff, you put your washer on first. And with these, I like to put the smooth side up. I don't need a sharp edge digging into the bottom of my piston when it deflects. And then we're going to have some thread lock because they have regular nuts on these in this set of shocks. Where my 2-wheel drive Evo buggy had nylon lock nuts, which were too long in my opinion. So this kit comes with regular nuts. So we definitely need to use Loctite. Again, shock pliers are your friend. Even though we got some short ones here, they still work better than trying to do it with a pair of side cutters or whatever. Now you don't want it too tight to where you're smashing the piston. You just want it nice and snug, and maybe even a little dab of Loctite on top so that the thread has something to keep the nut on. Again, last thing I want to have happen is a piston come off in the middle of a race because I didn't put Loctite on. And I might be running out, so we'll see. So there's that one. Another washer. And there's no taper in these pistons, so it doesn't matter which way you go. Maybe I just had it clogged. Maybe not. Get a little bit on there. Grab a nut here. We're going to build these pretty quick because I've built several sets of these over the last couple of years actually. And they go together about the same way. Again, a longer pair of shock pliers would be good so you can get a little more grip. And then we need the black pistons for the back. These are 3/7s, 3-hole. Oh, gotta put my washer on first. And get some thread lock on there. I'm even pushing down on the table, guys, and it's still turning the shaft, so these aren't my normal pliers that I have. So make sure it's fairly snug. And we'll put a little extra dab on there. It should be set up by the time we put our our oil in, so I wouldn't worry about that too much. We got a little bit more to do yet. Again, these aren't tapered, so they are machined, looks like, out of the box, which is nice. No upgrade there needed. Just like most of the PR stuff. Not a lot of hop-up parts out there. Why? Because everything's usually in the box the way it should be to begin with. At the same price, if not less, than the other big names out there. And we carry just about every part number right here in the store. So there we go. We got our shocks, our pistons on the shock shafts. We're not going to run any spacers inside. That's basically what Drake was using for his. We're on a similar surface. We've also had one guy already run the kit setup. He was pretty happy with it, so I think we're going to start there. So let's prep our shock bodies here. They already got the top O-ring on for you, so no need to worry about that. That's one thing I didn't drag out was my hats for the shocks, wherever those are at. I had them. There they are, right in front of me. Anyway, let's make sure we got the right colors and the right spots. Again, it does make a difference. So the black one is the first one. So there's the black hat here. This is basically your bushing, your shock bushing. So just make sure that gets in there and gets seated. Ideally, you want something that makes flat contact, that pushes it straight down. And then we are going to use some 7,000 Diff fluid this time to seal up all of our shock stuff. Put a little dab on each side. We're just trying to keep air from coming in as quick. And this also helps lube the O-rings right out of the box. So top hat, then 2 blue O-rings. And since we already got some Diff fluid in there, I'm not going to worry too much about lubing them entirely altogether, but drop a little Diff fluid on there. Now keep in mind, Diff fluid's the same as shock oil. It's just got different thickeners in it. Same base material. Silicone base. So we got our 2 O-rings. Now we need the white hat for the top, or the bottom, my bad. And we need the boss sticking out. We'll swing it around, just make sure everything's covered there. And we might wipe off a little bit of excess. Now, I've used silicone like Diff grease in the past. It's been okay, and then I forget every time. These little O-rings here go on the threads at the bottom, and then you probably knock all your stuff off trying to get these on. So it's probably better just to use a hex driver and sneak it around there just like that, and then put your hat back on just like that. Alright, so we got our O-ring on for our bottom cap. We got the white hat on for our bushing. Let's get this on. We're not going to snug it too heavy right now. We're just going to make sure we get everything lined up. Looks pretty good. This is the front one, so we're going to put in the front shock shaft. And you want to twist it when it's going through. You definitely don't want to try and jam everything through. These have very little preload on them, so just keep that in mind. They may leak a little bit, but they're going to have a lot less friction, and it's going to handle better. The first set of these I built, I think, are not all that great, as far as me building them anyway. So I have to look at what I did there and redo those at some point before we get to the indoor race season. So again, black hat for the top. Put just a little bit of Diff lube in there. Again, we're just trying to make a seal. We're not trying to influence the oil inside at all. Just try and spin it around, work it around as much as we can before we get it seated. Okay, and we want some more Diff fluid. It's probably a little too much. That's how we do it though. And get all your fuzz out of there too. And try and spin the O-ring around so that it moves some lube and some Diff oil around in there. You want to get that all around so you have a good seal. And then we're going to get our O-ring on here first before we get too crazy. And just a hex driver will do it. Just work it back and forth and pretty much snap it on. And just run it all the way to the bottom of the threads. Probably have to roll it. There's that. A little bit more fluid just to coat the outside. Seal it. Probably wipe off a little extra. It'll help get down in the sides of the seal, sides of the O-ring. And we want a white hat. Make sure that's got a good seal on it too. Again, we don't want to tighten these up until we got the shock shafts in there, but we do want to make sure that the hat's lined up. You may have to go in and adjust it a little before you tighten it up too much more. Just like that. And again, you want to rotate your shaft as it's going in, because you will have a little bit of Diff fluid in the bottom. But hopefully the shaft will drag a lot of that out. Seal it. Wipe off what extra gets pulled out. Nice and smooth. That's good. Put our O-ring on first this time for the back because I remembered. These do stretch a good ways, so don't feel like you're going to break it too easy. Getting ahead of myself again. Okay, just a little bit of fluid this time, hopefully. Got a little bubble, so that might work a little better. Black hat. Try and get it to spin a little bit. Move that around. They may not want to cooperate right off the bat, but it lays down in there eventually. And try and spin your O-rings so that they move the fluid around. Top off top side. Doesn't take a lot of fluid. This stuff is pretty sticky. There. This time I don't think we're going to have to wipe it off. Get our white hat on there. Make sure it's sealed down. And diff fluid's going to make it stay. It's not going to slip all over the place like you might with diff grease or a lighter shock oil or anything like that. Okay. Again, we got to get our bushing lined up again with the bottom cap. Mainly because it's just a tight fit between the parts, so okay. Push out our excess. Try and turn the shaft as you're going out. Wipe off the extra. And probably the shock shaft too. It's probably going to have some diff fluid on it, but otherwise. Good. Oh. Just got to get the top hat to sit down in there, and there we go. Swirl it around a little bit. Get a little bit of fluid in there, not a lot, because it's sealed pretty good already around the hat. We just want to make sure the O-rings are sealed. Without making a huge mess. Now you could pre-soak your O-rings. I'm gonna put this one on again. Forgot that. So that they're coated all over. However you want to do it, it's up to you. I'm not sure it matters a ton, but I would at least get some kind of lube or shock fluid on the O-rings, at least the inside, before you put them together. Or while you're putting them together like we are, then you're just putting fluid in it as you go. And just a little bit to top off here. Sure, we'll get some pro guys getting on here that know everything and tell us this is not the way to do it, but you know what, we're club racing, that's what I do, that's how we're going to build stuff, is just how the kit is. I don't have a lot of time to always be tuning on my stuff, so I try stuff, whatever works for me, that's what I usually use. So try stuff when I can anyway. If you want to build pressurized shocks, you go right ahead and build pressurized shocks. only build those for big cars, so. Alright, so that looks pretty well lined up. Let's get our shaft in there and we can snug them up. Not bad on that one. Pretty good there. Wipe off the excess again. Well, you only need to watch the first shock. You can build all of them, but if you're looking for PR information, this is going to be the place to find it. So, at least for the US. All right, we got pivot balls to snap in. Again, our channel locks work great for this. Make sure you're all deburred. Maybe got a little cleanup to do on these, but snap them in just like that. And we got to look and see what rod length. Looks like the front is going to use the short ones, 18.3 millimeters. I think that's what we got, but these might be a little bit shorter. Let's see if they got a reference for full size. No. I got a tree somewhere here. We can compare. Those look the same. Looks like they're all the short ones. Usually on the tree it will come with longer ones, so we might have those in another kit. Well, maybe not. But they usually come with a long and a short shock end, so if they don't work for you, then I guess you can get the long ones. The four-wheel drive car may just use the short ones right now. Ooh, there we go. They are easy enough to change. We got the trees, we got the pivot balls separately in stock, so if you want to have a whole nother set ready to go, you can do that. We even have complete Type-R shock sets ready to go, so if you wanted to have a completely different shock set, you can do that. Build them with different oil, different pistons, and then swap them real quick at the track. That's the way I like to do things a lot of times. It saves time at the track, number one, because we don't usually have a lot there. But it is what it is. All right, so we need to put the O-rings in the adjuster rings as well before we put those on. And those just snap inside a groove inside there. Pretty easy. Don't let it get to you if it doesn't go together right away, but everything so far has went together pretty smoothly. These are pretty much the way all type PR racing shocks go together, so there are some differences with some older kits like the mid-motor car, the short course truck, and the stadium truck. They have a different shock cartridge setup. It's a little bit longer. It has a bushing in the middle of the seals and a different cap that goes on the bottom. So just keep an eye out for that. If you get one of those kits, then make sure you know what you have before you order parts, because the Type-R has no spacer in between the O-rings. And you can do this now, you can do it later, it doesn't matter. It's probably a little cleaner to do it later, but just in case you spill some shock fluid. Still a little bit of fluid on the shaft, and just keep wiping that off. Eventually it'll dry up enough it's not going to do anything. When I say dry up, I mean it won't come out as much. actually dry. It is silicone after all. Last one. And you'll see our spring retainers have a longer retainer system on the bottom to keep the spring on. They also give you on the same tree the shorter one, like the original design. So if you have problems with the spring popping off or jumping off the seat, here's your solution. It'll keep it on the seat for you. All right, let's get our ends on here. And we're going to start these right at the end of the thread, so that's where our setting is going to be. To make this easier, you could put a hex wrench in and turn it that way. A little easier on the hands. As long as your shock pliers hold the shaft tight enough to actually get it to go. And the gray material starts pretty easy, so it's not too bad. Make room for this. Again, we're just trying to get it to the start of the thread. You just want to be consistent so your shock links are consistent. If your car's jumping funny, landing funny, it's first thing. Check, make sure your links are the same. Left to right, front to back, not necessarily front to back, but front and back, left to right consistency anyway. That's off. One more. Sorry, we're shaking around. I got to hold them so tight that I just start shaking. So I need bleeder screws yet. Those are probably in the pile. Those should be a little screw with a bigger button head. So far I got one. It's not going to be enough, guys. Not going to be enough. So we're going to have to dig around and see what we got in our other bags. All right. Well, it looks like we're just going to finish. Well, maybe there's a couple there. There they are. There's that one. That's a suspension retainer. There's three. Need one more. There it is. Okay, so we do have them. They're just in another pile of hardware, as usual. Cap on some things. So with the PR stuff, you will find that as you're building a kit that if you can't find the hardware in the bag you're working on, probably go ahead and jump to the next bag and open that because it's probably going to be in there. We're going to pre-thread the bleeder holes just a little bit, just so we can get them started while we're bleeding. This makes life easy when you got a hand wrapped around, trying not to get oil everywhere. And a little tiny screw trying to go in here as I cross-thread the crap out of that one. Yeah, you gotta be careful with the bleeder screws. They will cross-thread pretty easy. Nice thing is they still can go back in straight. So we'll leave a little bit at the end there for that one. Maybe we'll just leave the screw in it for a minute. And we'll thread the last one. These aren't countersunk or anything like that, so you got to make sure you start them straight, or else you'll do the same thing I just did on that last one. So, okay, we are pretty much ready to fill. Get our paper towel queued up here. I like to make a little bandana out of the paper towel for the shock so I can bleed it. We will be using 40 weight oil all around. It's got the 500 CST that Drake has specified in his setup sheet, so that's what we're going with. We'll fill this right now and bleed it, and then we'll wrap our bandana. .40 is a little thicker, but got a little heavier hole too, so 3-hole pistons versus 2 and other setups that PR's had in the kit. Shouldn't have to bleed this too much with no spacers in the bottom. Basically just waiting for the air bubbles to come to the top. I know I should have a shock stand. I can fill them and then they should be bled by the time I get back to the first one. Again, we're looking for consistency here, so you want your shocks to be the same every time. We all know that's not exactly possible with RC shocks at this point, but that's all we can do. So the new caps, the Type-R caps, have a smaller volume in the top. So you don't have to have a ton of oil, bulbing over the top of the shock to get a good bleed. So we're just trying to get all the air worked out of these. Because when you're running, you're going to get air in them. It's just plain fact. Even just sitting after you build them, they'll try to pull air in. Try and get a few more bubbles out. Looks like we got quite a bit, actually. Still down in there. I think we're going to have to just deal with it today. But anyway, I would get it something to put the shocks in so you could fill them all. So you could bleed them and then let them float the air bubbles to the top. You can tap on it. It does help. But we're going to sit here for a few minutes extra. A few more in there. Cycling it more doesn't necessarily help push the bubbles, but the ones that are closer to the top, it does. You just don't want to push your oil over the edge of your threaded area, or else you're going to have a mess. Looking pretty good now. So we'll just basically throw a cap on it. Let's see where we end up. Top, you want it tight. The bottom, we got to tighten. And those will come loose if you don't tighten them good, so just keep an eye on those. Okay, so then we wrap our paper towel around just under the bleed hole. And then grab it on the back side. Again, a bandana for your shock. And then we got the shock shaft under here that we just push it up all the way to the bottom. You can already see bubbles. You want to hold the shock up straight as possible. And we should get some oil out. So hopefully you have your shock pretty well bled by the time you're putting the cap on. So that even if you get a little bit of oil out, it's not going to have any air in it. That's kind of the idea. We just don't want air in it. Trying to just push down on the table with the shock shaft. And we'll get our bleed screw in. That's why we pre-thread the holes in the cap. That way we can get this on fairly easy with just one hand. You don't want to tighten them a ton. The threads are doing the work, so just make sure you got, trying to keep it as clean as possible here. That's the main idea. If you got to clean your caps off and stuff with some like brake cleaner, motor cleaner or something, just make sure it's non-chlorinated. I know if you've seen most of my PR videos, you've probably heard me say that too many times, but it's non-chlorinated brake cleaner. It won't attack your plastics or your rubber seals or anything like that. So just keep an eye out for non-chlorinated sprays. So the idea, it's going to be pretty well dead at this point. So it's going to want to pull in. It has negative pressure when you pull it out. And then when we push it in, we just want it to come out the same side to side. So we'll say that right there. Do the same thing with this one. Wait for the bigger bubbles to get up to the top anyway. That's the last thing you want to do is have a big bubble right in the middle of the shock, cycle it, and then now you have thousands of small little bubbles that take forever to get out of there. That was just a little cycle that we did the first time, so. When you're stroking it like this, it just lets the bubbles go up to the bottom of the piston, and then when you pull the shaft back down, that air is now on top of the piston, so it has a path to get out. Tap on it some more. Pretty good. So we'll top this thing off. And you pretty much just want it flat across the top of the shock. And we got a few bubbles yet making their way up. The more air you get out now, the less air you have to worry about later. Usually, so. Okay. Make sure the shaft's all the way down. You got enough oil in it. You could probably use a drop. These are front shocks, so sometimes you got to make sure the front shocks are a little bit fuller than what your rears are going to be. Okay. Just make sure you get them threaded and going. Again, you want it pretty tight. And then we got to make sure the bottom's tight. You may want to check that on race day as well. So they will loosen up. Get our bleed screw ready to go. Get our bandana on the shock. And we'll just push it down the table here. So you can kind of see, try and keep it vertical. And see oil come out. If you did a good job, you won't see any bubbles, which we don't. That's good. Probably one of my first ones. And we'll get the screw in there, hopefully straight. All right. Clean it up a little bit. Make sure this one's good to go. The less oil you have on the shock cap, the less dirt's going to get stuck to it. So just keep that in mind. Track we run on is pretty smooth and really kind of not that much dust. Some days it's a little dustier than others, since it does get below freezing while we're not there during the week. But for the most part, not a lot of problems with dirt. Or dust, for that matter. Let's see, that pretty much rebounds the same as our other one, doing the same cycles, so I'm pretty happy with that. Alright, let's go to the rears. Same thing, 40 weight oil in the rear. 40 weight associated oil in the rear, I should say. Only because they have their actual viscosity on the bottle. And if you can try and keep the bubbles in bigger bubbles, it takes less time to bleed. And that's usually just by the speed moving the piston. Hopefully we're good here. Looks like it was all mostly on one side. Nope. Some more right at the bottom. Longer shocks, they typically bleed quicker because of the pressure that the oil does apply to the air. So the bubbles tend to move up a little bit quicker. A few more little ones. Couple more to go. So they do take their time getting out, but they'll work their way out eventually. We're not trying to be super precise, but every little bit does tend to help somehow. There we go. Just a couple of teeny ones in there, but we'll top it off and then should be good. This one, again, you don't have to fill it up as much because it's a rear shock, so we got a longer ways to go. Just has less of a chance of making a mess. Tighten it up, both top and bottom. Do the same thing with our paper towel. Again, vertical. And we should see oil. There it is. Just a few bubbles that time, which is good because those are probably the ones I saw still in there. Get a bleeder screw set up and one-hand it. And just make sure the shaft stays pushed in. Again, not too snug, guys. Just get them a little bit snug and then they're good. There's plenty of screw there, threads to help seal it. So all right. Again, it's going to have some negative pressure when you pull it out. A little bit of rebound that time. And you want to probably cycle these a couple more times just to make sure they're consistent in the rebound. All right. And they should be a little bit more than the fronts. Same process. Run our piston up pretty close to the top. You don't want to go past the top of the oil because then it just pulls in more air. So we just want to keep the piston at the top so the air under it goes to the top, and then the bubbles have less distance to travel once we cycle it down. See, they're popping up through there and then they're already gone. You may get a few bubbles that stick to the side of the shock at the bottom. Hopefully not. The little guys are moving out pretty good. Just one little one. Yeah, there's a few more down there. If you get more at the bottom, then you probably need to cycle it once or twice more. Take it all the way to the top again without going through the oil. most of our bubbles that are in the top third of the shock body, so shouldn't take too much longer. Still see a few in there, and they're working their way up. A couple more other ones we got. Found them and released them to the top. There's one. It's like 3 more. 4 more. 2, 3. There's some coming up on this side. So that's why it's good to have a shock stand, so you can just fill them with oil, cycle them, and then sit them down to let them do their thing. Because it does take a few minutes. Looks like I've got a few more down at the bottom, finally working their way up. The smaller the bubbles get, the longer they take to make it to the top. So again, don't press it with cycle speed. There they are. Still a few in the bottom, being stubborn. They're working their way up, so just hang for a minute. It's the last little batch, looks like. They're all hanging together. Couple more and we'll be good to go. Top it off. They're just about there. So we'll push those out when we get to bleeding it. This is the hard part, trying to hang on to everything and get the bleeder screw back out. It's the one we cross-threaded, so we'll make sure that goes in straight. Get the cap on. Make sure they're tight. Top and bottom. Okay. Find a dry portion of your paper towel. Wrap it around, grab on both sides, and then push up the shaft. There's a couple bubbles, just like we thought. This is good. And no bubbles, even better. Load our wrench again. Yep, one-handed, I know. There we go. Again, if I had a shock stand, I wouldn't have had to do that. Alright, so that got her in straight. Just another little snug. Clean it off. See, even just a little bit of wiping, there's not that much oil left on there. You can see a little bit around the screw, but That is it. So we've pretty much kept right to, well, just under an hour, so that's good. Hopefully you guys can do the same thing. It probably takes a couple times to build these, but once they're built, usually you're not pulling them completely apart unless you're changing like your droop spacer or something like that. So yeah, should be good. If we can keep it under an hour building shocks, I'm happy. Again, we're just trying to be consistent between the fronts and the rears. This will probably change once we run it on the track, but we try and maintain the oil volume, and then just want to try and keep the amount of air in it consistent. So that's about the same distance on both those rear shocks, so I'm pretty happy with that. So let's we got some springs mounted up. These probably aren't going to be the same springs I'm going to run, but you never know. The yellows might be. Not that you guys really care what these are going on, but this is just building some shocks. There's your retainer with the longer retention fence, I guess. I did heat shrink, I think, the springs, the color on the springs, yep. So now once you got them built, then the spring's going to keep your shock out down, so not a problem. Throw a little preload on them. Oop, going the wrong way. And you will hear a little bit of air in them, but you're not going to be able to take that out without running a bladder, unfortunately. And then we got some greens for the front. These are probably going to be heavy, but I ran reds last year, so on the front, which are heavier than the reds for the rear. So we'll see. Finish this up, and then we'll get back to finishing up the car we were working on, and hopefully be ready to go in another week or two. Go the right way with the adjuster collar. Alright, so there we are, guys. That's PR shocks, PR racing shocks, Type-R for both the two-wheel drive and the four-wheel drive, as well as the Truggy version, which is based on the Type-R car, which this is the four-wheel drive buggy here. But same shocks on all three kits, so including the original Type-R two-wheel drive car. So the Evo Type-R and the two-wheel drive Type-R are the same car, just the Evo has the new parts on it. Two-wheel drive, and then the four-wheel drive buggy, the SB401 Type-R, and the SB401 R-T, which is their 10th scale Truggy, runs the same shocks. So this will cover all those. All right, we're going to finish up what we can, get the shocks on, and then we're pretty much just waiting for our sway bar parts. If I can find those, we'll throw those on after we get done with this, but hopefully we can finish up the shocks, get our bumper on, and then we'll just have to mount our electronics, which we'll do in maybe a different video. We'll see. Anyway, let's get to it. I know we need 25 and 28 millimeter button heads for our shock mounts. We're going to need some regular nuts. We do have a standoff set that replaces all these parts. And then I need the black standoffs, which should be on another tree. find it. Here we are. So those, and then we need, I think that'll be it for mounting shocks. Snap these off. And I'll try and see what else we need, but I think we'll be okay. So 25s, I believe, are in the front, 28s in the back. So there's the 28s. Those are all the same. So on the four-wheel drive car, they're all 25. On the two-wheel drive car, they're 25 and 28. That would help. So that makes it easy. So in the back, we're going to basically use the middle holes on all the adjustments because that's basically the base setup. Spin on the nut. Come on. Okay. Again, we got a standoff kit that replaces all this stuff with a one piece. You basically put it through, put the nut on the backside, and you're pretty much there. You got everything. It's all stiff. It's at least a stiffer setup than what this is. I haven't bent many screws on these mounts, but it's entirely possible. Give that a nice snug. Slide over our standoff. See what we got for spacers, if anything. Looks like 2 washers for the back. And those are somewhere. They're not calling out these aluminum ones, but maybe they are. It's the only 4 things I have left, to be honest. And I don't see the black washers that are typically in the kit, so unless they're plastic. So far. Oh, they are plastic. Got it. So on the rear, they use 2 0.95 millimeter plastic washers. So it looks like it's going to be this guy. And then just got to make sure which side's which. So this way. So the 4 on this side are going to be the 0.95. And then the 2 over here will be the 1.1s. Should have probably left them, but that's okay. So 2 of these guys go on here. And then our shock's going to go on. So we got a rear shock. We do need some pivots. So the pivots are on this other tree. Pop these off. And those go on the top. And they're a pretty loose fit. Surprisingly loose, actually, but they do tend to work. And then there's some lock nuts, which are nice. Not sure if they're going on, but if you need to use the plastic nut, they suggest running a screw in and out of it a couple times, and I would too. Those are a pain. But if you're going to use the aluminum nut, hey, I'm good with that. Well, not the aluminum nut, it's just a lock nut. It just happens to be black. So there's that, and then our mount for the bottom is a 3x14 flathead. So we got to make sure these are the right length. I do call those out. Picture's pretty close in this one. Again, hopefully our wrench holds out. And we're going to be running the bottom hole, I believe. I don't have a lot of close-ups of the rear mounts, but it looks like the middle hole, I should say, on the A-arm. Flip this up. A little easier to get to, maybe. Maybe not. Jeez. Stick everything right in the way. Okay, so maybe we can get it now. Balance between the table and the hand. And with this setup, make sure you're not putting it in sideways like I am. It's just a pain. This driver doesn't make it all that easy to do it straight. So we're going to grab the wrench. Gives a little more room and get it straightened up. Usually they straighten themselves out, but it did straighten up. So just don't start, if you start it crooked, just don't keep running it in. And these don't have to be super tight. The material's not going to back out. As long as the ball's not loose on the bottom. Feels pretty good so far. I'm pretty happy with that. Make some more room here so we can do this side. Oh, got stuff still rolling away, falling on the ground. We'll find out what that's going to be. Hopefully just a piece of plastic. Top pivots not on here. Standoff. The one-piece standoffs are pretty nice, I will say that. I'll probably upgrade to those fairly soon. It was one of my pivots. I wonder, I'm never going to be able to find that on the floor now. It's the price I pay to build things for you guys on video, because this isn't the ideal place or way to build these cars. Get the nut started here. There we go. And then we'll put that on the wrench. Probably easier just to run it in by hand at this point. Yikes! It's a lot of thread sticking out of there still. And the other one's probably not as tight either, so that's why it looks different. Okay. You'd think they'd fall right off, but they don't. get this thing started right this time. And hopefully I use the right spacers. If not, we'll fix it later. So we need the center hole again on this side. Make sure your drive shafts stay in. If you can get it started straight, then you're better than I'm doing. This one seems to be going in, so we can switch the driver. Say that. So just keep an eye on that, guys. You're gonna probably run them in somewhat crooked just because the chassis is in the way. So maybe unhook the top and drop them down to get them in the rest of the way, or to start them anyway. So yeah. There you go, snugged up. So there's the back. Definitely feeling pretty good with that setup, so let's get the front done. We'll need to find another pivot ball, which I have extras over here. That's good. That's what happens when you build 3, 4, or 5 PR kits in a span of 6, 8 months, is you end up with a lot of spare parts from all the kits. So this is good. Alright, so same setup in the front. Everything's mounted on the front side. We're going to start them in the middle hole. The thicker plastic spacers go on the front, but only one of them, I believe. Yes. Yeah. Because really there's only 2 left, so it's not a huge thing, but it's just another consistency deal. And maybe it was the nut that went flying. Sorry, we have another one. Okay. Oh. Make sure we're good and tight there. Standoff. Washer. Now we got, we're going to start our bottoms. What the bottom looking at 3x14, so we need a little bit longer one for the front. Those guys look like 14s. So again, the size in the manual looks right. So I need a different screw there. That's too short. Too short. It's probably gonna be too long. It's gonna be the last one I grab. Right there. So I had our other nut. It was just hiding under my hand. Alright, well, we'll get the wrench out and we'll start these by hand. I know I'm going to want to run these in the outside hole, at least starting where we're going to be racing. So get them started there. We need a pivot. And if it goes, get the pivot in. There we go. Lock nut. Again, I'm using most of the kit tools, so that's about all they give you is the turnbuckle wrench and my wrench here. Okay, so we're tight there. Let's get the other one going so we can get this finished up. Pivot. Needs to go in the cap. And lock nut without the screw inside it. And we'll use a wrench for this time. So you can use your own too. It's not a big deal. All right. There's that. Switch back to our 2mm. We want the outside hole. We want it to go in straight. So let's look at it from a couple different ways. At least the first time, you definitely need to pay attention to how it's going in, because that's going to set the angle of that screw as long as you have that A-arm in that car. So we'll just run these in by hand. And yep, too light of a table, that's why the video's shaking around. Might have to fix that. We definitely fixed the video. The video looks way better. And we might end up running the longer bottom ends, shock ends. Because I know last year we did run a little more droop in that than the front. The rear's probably pretty good for now. It feels good so far. I'm liking it. What else can we got the bumper to put on. Got a couple bumpers, looks like. If you can call them a bumper. Let's see, that's probably got to go down, I would think, but it's, who knows. Let's go look. When in doubt, refer to the manual. The notch on the top goes up, and we need some 3x6s. So these little guys here. And then a wrench, the notch on here goes up. And basically just bolt it on to the front block, and that's your bumper. Our track's pretty abrasive. When you do hit when you bottom out or hit, it does tend to remove material. So the front of this chassis is probably going to be angled along with the screws and the block, the mounting block. So I can also expect this to be silver by the time we're done, and then the back mount too usually gets a pretty good amount of punishment. So no chassis protector is going to help you at this track. So either way, I think we're going to call that one pretty well done, at least as far as the normal regular build. We will definitely do some more video coming up. I already have the Evo, which is should have been posted before this one. That one's up. We're going to have one with maybe doing some electronics, some wiring, layout, that kind of thing. Otherwise, I'm not a body painter, so you won't be seeing me do any body paint, and you won't be seeing me cut a body out because it looks pretty bad too. So all in all, good build. Everything went together pretty well. We did have sway bar missing some ends that I don't know if I have or if they just didn't come with the kit, but we'll get that straightened out. And then if you guys see any issues when you're building your kits, give us a shout, message us through Facebook, email us through the website. We'll get you taken care of. otherwise, keep on checking out our videos, guys. We're trying to keep up with everything that's going on YouTube and our own website. Hopefully we'll have most of our videos also listed on our own website, so you can just go to our website in general, and then we'll have links to the products that we're using directly there. So you won't have to go very far to get the stuff we're showing you. So far, the feedback on this car has been pretty darn good. Able to hang with at least the associated cars, even the new one. So there's not a lot of difference between even the new associated car and this car. So if you need to make a decision, you're going to save 30, 40, 50 bucks up front. The PR car is going to be your better bet. And you don't want to run the same stuff everybody else is either, right? So I know that's me for sure. But anyway, thanks for watching, guys. Check us out on the next one. I'm sure we'll have more very soon. Thanks for watching the whole thing if you did. I can't believe you did, but thanks anyway. Anyway, till next time. Thanks, guys. See ya. Here's an update, guys, on the Type-R SB401 build. We did race last night, yesterday actually. Didn't do too bad. I think it qualified second. Was running third in the last lap and kind of got taken out. But anyway, just needed to do an update on the build. We did forget a couple things, or at least one thing. The spacers that go at the top of the shocks. We did forget the big plastic spacers, so we put those in. That's really it on the build that we did. I just finished it up really right before we left to go racing. So the base kit setup that's included with the manual from Adam Drake is what we ran. We did run yellow rear springs, green front springs with I think the clear rear sway bar and the yellow front sway bar. As far as the car goes, the car was really good. I'm just not up to speed yet after not racing all summer. So it's going to take me a week or two, maybe even 3 to get the rust knocked off completely, but we'll see. Probably due for a new motor too. This one's been hot a couple times. So we'll get that upgraded and probably change out the battery. I did run last year's batteries as well. But otherwise, easy to drive. Probably the best four-wheel drive car I've driven so far, and I haven't driven that many anyway, but it was really consistent. That's pretty much what got me to second in qualifying, is basically really easy to drive and real consistent. So even with the way the track was, it was rutted up pretty good through the whoops, but we got through that pretty good. The only thing that was killing me was a double that had a window of about 2 foot wide that you had to jump through. So I couldn't do that at all, so I was losing about a half second there. But anyway, just wanted to touch base with everybody after the build and make sure you didn't forget the plastic spacers. I know the manual's a little messy in that area, so don't miss it like I did. But anyway, that's it, guys. Thanks for watching the build. Hopefully we'll have a few more coming up. Thanks.